Hello, everybody. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Club, and I'm very happy to welcome everybody at the second day of Borders of Fear. Together with me, there is the team of the Disruption Network Club that has been working hard to make this conference possible, and I want to thank them, the people that work with us every day. There is, of course, the co-director, Lieke Plucher, that is working to develop this great program together now since 2 years. And we have Elena Velianowska and Nada Baker for the production, Jonas Franchi for the designer, and Anna Travers for the communication. So I really want to thank them all because we really, especially in this time of lockdown, I've been working a lot for making this program of this year with all the conference that we needed to do. So thanks a lot, this great team that we have. And I also want to say that, of course, we are in a very special situation because we are during a lockdown in Germany. So we decided to do our conference at the Kunstquartier Bethanien as a live studio, but all the audience is following online. So I also take the opportunity to thank everybody that is following us, and we will imagine that you are with us in this room that looks quite empty, but you know, we are also in a virtual world, so I will imagine that you are all with us. And of course, I want to thank our funders that made this conference series possible this year, and all our cooperation partners that you can see on the screen behind me. So today, as I say, we are at the second day of the conference. Yesterday, we were having an intense program speaking about what does it mean to create borders, and the borders are both mental borders, but also physical borders. We were speaking about the discourse of persecution and border control, and what is the system that are around all these machinery that many people are experiencing at a global level. And today we want to hear directly the voice of the migrants and refugees themselves to reflect collectively on form of social justice. So I'm very happy to have with us a very special person, that is Yoseph Zemichael Afeworki, that will be later with us, and Sally Hayden and Ambre Schulz to speak about his personal experience, but also not his own, the experience of many people. And at the same time, today we are discussing on the political aspect of borders and the technological implication of the use of surveillance, for example, and all the form of artificial intelligence and control that are possible through technology. So this will be the second panel of the day. And of course, we also want to discuss about the narrative around migration, especially in the context of media, and also the context of the way the migrants are portrayed in this media. And in this kind of discussion, also I want to mention that as Disruption Network Club, we have a particular policy that we have been also sharing with our speakers, and we want to share with the audience. So we are we are asking everybody of not showing photos of people face in situation of forced migration or humanitarian setting without their express and ongoing consent. And of course, there are special cases in which this material was important for exposing truths and also evidence. So was necessary to show, but for sure we also want to be strong on this fact because we have all the responsibility of understanding how to vehiculate these topics and also respect the people that we are speaking about. So we want to start also with the first part of the event, that is a very interesting investigation from Petra Molnar. We are going to show a video. Petra is not here, but we are very happy to have a contribution at this event. She's a lawyer and researcher on migration, technology, and human rights. And with the Refugee Law Lab and the European Digital Rights EDRi, she just released a report that is named Technological Testing Ground. And this report is documenting the human rights impact of migration management experiments. Petra is co-creating the Migration and Technology Monitor Collective that is documenting the use of surveillance technology and artificial intelligence at crossing borders. And this presentation is accompanied by photos that are taken in Lesbos in Greece by Kenya Jade Pinto during a research visit in September 2020. So now I will leave to you the contribution by Petra, and then we will come back with the first panel of the day. Thank you.
We are black and border guards hate us. Their computers hate us too. These are the words of Adisu, a young man from Eritrea living in Brussels without immigration status, who spoke with me in July 2020 and whose permission I have to share his words with you today. Racism, technology, and borders create a cruel intersection as states are increasingly turning to novel techniques to manage migration. Across the globe, an unprecedented number of people are on the move due to conflict, instability, environmental factors, and economic reasons. As a response to increased migration into the European Union over the last few years, many states and international organizations involved in migration control are exploring technological experiments in various domains such as border enforcement, decision-making, and data mining. These experiments range from big data predictions about population movements in the Mediterranean and Aegean seas, to automated decision-making in immigration applications, to artificial intelligence or AI lie detectors and risk scoring at European borders. These innovations are often justified under the guise of needing new tools to manage migration in novel ways. However, these technological experiments simply do not consider the profound human rights ramifications and real impacts on human lives. We have just published a new report, Technological Testing Grounds, which is based on over 40 conversations with refugees and people on the move like Adisu. Our report attempts to show that much of this innovation occurs without adequate governance mechanisms and does not account for the very real impacts on people's rights and lives. Our investigation supplements a new report on xenophobic discrimination and emerging digital technologies for immigration enforcement by Professor Tendai Achiume, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance. Both reports find that many countries are exploring technological experiments for the purposes of border enforcement, immigration decision-making, and surveillance, weaponizing these tools against communities historically made marginalized. These high-risk technological experiments exacerbate systemic racism and discrimination and lead to far-reaching harms within an already discretionary and violent system. Right now, very little regulation exists on the use of border technologies. Due to this free-for-all and the increasing reliance on the private sector to set the agenda, what has fallen by the wayside are the real harms that people experience at these sharp edges of this technological development. More and more, violent uses of technology push borders further afield, contributing to policies of border externalization and militarization. These policies have direct and dire consequences. Drownings in the Mediterranean, illegal pushbacks to Turkey and Libya, and the brutal detention and separation of children from their families at the US-Mexico border facilitated by companies like Palantir Technologies and many others. Part of our work this summer and fall was based in Greece, on the frontiers of Fortress Europe, to try and understand how surveillance and automated technologies are being deployed in these technological testing grounds. The photos you are seeing were taken by my brilliant colleague Kenya Jade Pinto during our visit to Lesbos, a Greek island close to the Turkish coast that has been the home of thousands of people over the last few years, including the notorious Moria camp which burnt down in September. Kenya Jade and I traveled there to witness what was happening, to try and hold space for conversations around the birth of a new containment camp, and to begin interrogating how surveillance and migration management technology fits into the mix. Walking through the gates of the hastily constructed camp near Karatepe, Lesbos, it was hard to hear each other. The wind howled so loudly it made it difficult for us to breathe. This rocky outcropping is the newest site of containment on Europe's borders, one housing over 9,000 people displaced during a global pandemic, with no idea when or how they will be able to leave. We witnessed thousands of people being sequestered on a barren stretch of road without food or water, tear-gassed, and then being herded into a new camp hastily built on the grounds of an old shooting range on a windswept peninsula, where if you stretched out your hand on one of the roads, you could touch the sea. We entered the camp with a group of journalists and saw firsthand the inadequate living conditions as well as the barbed wire facility keeping suspected COVID cases apart from everyone else. But you might be wondering, where does technology fit into this? Frontier countries like Greece, sometimes known as Europe's shield, act as testing grounds for new technologies and surveillance mechanisms. For example, in October 2019, new legal rules were adopted that regard the deployment of drones by the Hellenic police, including the use of drones in order to monitor migration in border regions both at sea and land crossings. In September 2020, Frontex also announced that it was piloting a new Aerostat maritime surveillance system, proudly using Greece as a testing ground. The current pandemic conditions must also not be discounted, as they will speed up and exacerbate the turn to technological solutions at the border. We are already seeing the border industry pushing for increased adoption of so-called contactless biometrics for, quote, regular travelers as a way to stop the spread of the pandemic. As governments move more and more towards biosurveillance to contain the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, we will likely continue to see this increase in tracking projects and automated drones. And if previous use of technology is any indication, refugees and people crossing borders will be disproportionately targeted and negatively affected. Pandemic responses are always political, and refugees and people on the move have historically been tied to the spread of illness and disease. Sadly, COVID-19 is already being weaponized and used as a justification to keep people contained. It is also accelerating the growth of a migration management industry that now has yet another reason to thrive. Proposed pandemic tools such as virus-targeting robots, cell phone tracking, and AI-based thermal cameras can all be used against people crossing borders. Not only do these technological experiments violate the rights of the people on the move, these interventions themselves often do not live up to the promises and arguments used to justify them in the first place. This use of technology to manage and control migration, however, is also shielded from scrutiny because of its emergency nature. Various people in our interviews on Lesbos were very concerned about proposed screening and surveillance mechanisms to keep people contained, tracked, and managed, and the seeming normalization of surveillance in the aftermath of the Moria fire. Yet no one is exactly clear on how the next few months will shape up, particularly regarding increasing technological incursions, data collection, and surveillance. Along with big tech, big money is also involved in the management of borders, with private security companies making major inroads with lucrative contracts procured by governments for shiny new tech experiments presented as a way to strengthen border security in these troubled times. These technological experiments, however, also play up the us versus them mentality at the center of migration management policy. Sadly, instead of long-term, viable redistribution of resources across the EU and timely processing of people's asylum, turning to techno-solutionism and migration surveillance will only exacerbate deterrence mechanisms that are already so deeply embedded in the EU's migration strategy, most recently including in the new Migration Pact. Also, the basic protections that exist for more politically powerful groups like citizens that have access to mechanisms of redress and oversight are often not available to people crossing borders. The current global digital rights space also does not sufficiently engage with migration issues, at best only tokenizing the involvement from both migrants and groups working with this community. Ultimately, the primary purpose of the technologies used in migration management is to track, identify, and control those crossing borders, communities that have been historically treated as such. The issues around emerging technologies in the management of migration are not just about the inherent use of technology, but rather about how it is used and by whom, with states and private actors setting the stage for what is possible and which priorities matter. The data gathering inherent in the development of these technologies also includes the expansion of existing mass-scale databases that underpin these practices to sensitive data, especially biometrics. The implementation of an EU-wide, overarching and interoperable smart border management system is also imminent in the coming years. Such data and technology systems provide an enabling infrastructure for many automated decision-making projects with deep and systemic harmful implications. The development and deployment of migration management is ultimately about decision-making by powerful actors on communities with fewer resources and mechanisms of redress. Politics also cannot be discounted, as migration management is always inherently a political exercise. Migration data has long been politicized by states to justify greater interventions in support of threatened national sovereignty and to bolster xenophobic and anti-migrant narratives. The state's ultimate power to decide who is allowed to enter and under what conditions is strengthened by ongoing beliefs in technological impartiality. The unequal distribution of benefits from technological development privileges the private sector as the primary actor in charge of development, with states and governments wishing to control the flows of migrant populations benefiting from these technological experiments. Governments and large international organizations are the primary agents who benefit from data collection, and affected groups remain the subject, relegated to the margins. It is therefore not surprising that the regulatory and legal space around the use of these technologies remains murky and underdeveloped, full of discretionary decision-making, privatized development, and uncertain legal ramifications. These power and knowledge monopolies are allowed to exist precisely because there is no unified global regulatory regime governing the use of new technologies, creating laboratories for high-risk experiments with profound impacts on people's lives. This type of experimentation also foregrounds certain framings over others that prioritize certain types of interventions. For example, why are we catching liars at the border using AI versus catching racist border guards? Why is it a more urgent priority to deport people faster rather than use technological interventions to catch mistakes that are made in improperly refused immigration and refugee applications? The so-called AI divide, or the gap between those who are able to design AI and those who are subject to it, is broadening. It also highlights really problematic power dynamics in participation and agency when it comes to the rollout of new technologies. Because at the end of the day, maybe it's about broader, bigger questions. Who gets to participate in conversations around proposed interventions? Which communities become guinea pigs for testing new initiatives? Why does so little oversight and accountability exist in this opaque space of high stakes and high risk decision making? The human rights impacts of these state and private sector practices is a useful lens through which to examine these technological experiments, particularly in these times of greater border security and screening measures, this complex system of global migration management, the increasingly widespread criminalization of migration, and rising xenophobia. But we also have to ask ourselves, Whose perspectives matter when talking about innovation and which priorities take precedence? What does critical representation and meaningful participation look like? Including the types of imagery that is used. Imagery that foregrounds people's agency and does not contribute to the poverty porn that is so common in representations coming from spaces of forced migration. Are human rights framings enough? Or do they actually silence the systemic and collective nature of these harms? Are we doing enough to create space for abolitionist conversations when it comes to technology at the border? Unfortunately, the viewpoints of those most affected are routinely excluded from the discussion, particularly around areas of no-go zones or ethically fraught usages of technology. There's a profound lack of contextual analysis when thinking through the impacts of new technologies resulting in greater ethical, social, political, and personal harm. The hubris of big tech and the allure of quick fixes do not address the systemic reasons why communities are marginalized and why people are forced to migrate in the first place. Technology replicates power structures in society. While conversations around the ethics of AI are taking place, ethics do not go far enough, as they are culturally coded and can be co-opted to silence collective and systemic harms that are actively being perpetuated. We need to recognize the very real risks and harms of technologies used to manage migration, often at the expense of human rights and human lives. This includes the abolition of migration management technologies at and around the border, technologies that exacerbate systemic racism, historical surveillance of communities routinely made marginalized, and creating a panopticon of control that catches people like Adisu in its violent grasp. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We are back here at the Kunstquartier Bethanien in Berlin, and I am going to introduce briefly the conversation we are having, the journey of refugees from Africa to Europe. And I'm very happy to, first of all, thank for her participation Sally Hayden, that is here with me on stage in Berlin. And in Luxembourg, Yoseph, Zemichael, Afeworki, and Ambre, Schulz. Both of them were supposed to be with us, but unfortunately, due to the corona regulations and the current lockdown, they could not travel. Otherwise, we would have had them together with us. So we decided to have them connected through a studio in Luxembourg. Sally will then say more about the context of this conversation, but I just wanted to introduce that I'm very honored and happy to have Yoseph with us at this event, because this is a very special presence, since he has a first-hand experience of making the dangerous journey from the Horn of Africa to Europe. And his exile started in 2017. He spends a few years in Sudan and Libya between smugglers and detention centers. So today he is with us not only speaking about his experience, but also about the meaning of it for him and many other people. I'm also thanking Sally for connecting us with Yoseph, because you were in contact with him when he was in Libya. And I want to introduce Sally, that already spoke at our conference yesterday. So she extensively presented her work. If you also want to hear more, you can check the video as soon as will be online. Sally Hayden is a freelance investigative journalist and also a photographer. that is reporting for many media outlets, including The Guardian, the BBC. The list is very long, so I'm not going to tell it all. She focuses specifically on migration issues and was in touch, as I say, with Yoseph for some time now. I leave the word to you, Sally, and thank you everybody for being with us. And again, I want to remind the audience that we have a chat, so you are welcome to write your questions there, and then Lieke will read us after the conversation, so you can directly enter in contact with our speakers. So thank you everybody for following, and Sally, I leave it to you.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and yeah, thank you for having us and facilitating this. And yeah, I think you introduced Ambre as well. Ambre is joining us from Luxembourg with Yoseph, where she works with Passerell as a project manager, and so she's going to speak a bit more about the European side of making this kind of a journey. I've been asked to give you like a very short introduction, but I'm going to try and avoid speaking as much as possible. I'm just going to ask questions. But I wanted to just explain a little bit for those who missed yesterday about what's going on in the Central Mediterranean. So the journey that we're looking at is the one between Libya, particularly, and Europe. And I'm sure that a lot of people know that in 2017, the EU essentially hardened its migration policies to try and stop people from arriving. And one of the ways that they've done that is by supporting the Libyan Coast Guard to intercept boats of people who try to leave, and also flying planes and soon to be drones as well to try and spot migrant and refugee boats that are trying to cross. The people who are caught, and tens of thousands of men, women and children have been caught at sea. They're brought back to indefinite detention in detention centres across Libya. And Yoseph has been through that process, and so he's going to talk a bit more about it. I hope that you guys can hear me properly. I think that we're going to start at the beginning of Yosef's journey to first of all ask, so he's from Eritrea, which is in the Horn of Africa. He can explain more. And the first question was, why do Eritreans like him make that journey?
Okay, thank you, Sally, for giving me this chance. And my name is Yoseph. I came from East Africa, a country called Eritrea, and I was raised in Ethiopia. And I migrated even before I know that I was migrating. I left the country with my mother when I was a little boy. And my mother left the country after my father went out from the country because of the problem that was happening and are still happening in the country. But more than mine, there are people who have lived there like half of their age, and from what I heard from them and understand during the journey, it's better if I explain about them a little bit. And most of Eritreans leave the country because of there are many problems, but the biggest and the worst, which everyone complains, is it's about serving the government as a military until you are from your young age until you are old. In Eritrea, you are young and you want to become, for example, an engineer, a doctor, also even a rapper, but you end up becoming a soldier in a military. Even a man or a woman, and you went out from the military when you are old enough to do nothing. And because of this, people left the country, and if you refused it, you will face different kinds of prisons, torture. So for people, it's the same, even migration and staying there.
And I think for Yosef, you left, am I right, in 2017? That was when you began your journey. So it would have been pretty much at the same time as this migration policy was hardening in the Mediterranean. Could you explain a bit about the journey from Ethiopia or Eritrea to Libya? Like what is it like?
Okay. Yeah, the journey was, you know what it would look like, and it was like going to a battle without any kinds of weapons. And me, I was living in Ethiopia for a long time, so my migration starts from there. I went straight to Sudan, and I stayed there for a bit, and I tried to find a smuggler. In 2 weeks, I find one, and we make a deal, and I go to a place called Mudruman, which is not far from the capital city of Sudan, Khartoum. And we stayed there like for around 2 weeks, just waiting for other people to arrive, because you should gather and you move together. And after 2 weeks, we were around 300 people, and two trucks came, and we were 150 people in one and 150 people in the other. There were women, children among us, even there were some pregnant women. For me, it was horrifying to see that, a pregnant woman like going with me through the Sahara, because I was afraid even when I start the journey, but when I see them, I start becoming brave, since they are kids even with me. And from there, we went for 4 days with the Sudanese smugglers, like until the half part of the Sahara. They took us, and it was like crowded in the cars, and you cannot move as freely as you want. And you feel like your muscle having a pain, like your blood cannot circulate. And the road was like, since it's not a proper road, it's in the middle of the desert, it was hard. But after 4 days, the Libyans accept us from the half of the road, and they take us by small Toyota pickup cars. We were in one like 25 people, and we traveled with them for around 3 days. And after that, we entered to a place named Kufra, but this was mine take only 1 week, because most of the peoples from the peoples I met there, they told me like some of them it takes them 3 weeks, and there are some 1 month or 1 month and a half. Even there are some who get lost and would not make it even to Libya. So it's a bit different from one people to another.
And then can you explain a bit how the smugglers work? Like, when do you pay? And I believe the price sometimes gets raised once you get there.
Yeah, like the price, like first you have a deal, but in Kufra you don't talk about any payment, because the payment will be, first the smuggler should pay for the people who bring you from the Sahara their money, and if you pay them, they will let you go to another place, which you find your smuggler that you know, which is he's from Eritrea or Ethiopia or Sudan or Somalia. So mine was to a place called Bin Walid, but people went some to Shwerif or Raksha. There are many names, I don't know them actually. So when you arrive there, like it will be, you stayed for 2 days without anything, you just eat and sleep, but after 2 days they will start bringing some phone. It's you will call to your family, because you should pay the money. And like for the first 3 weeks something, it's okay, there will not be any kind of punishments or tortures. But after 2 weeks it will start some punishment if you don't have anybody to pay. But if you have someone to pay, it will be easy. But the punishments, like from time to times, it becomes more I don't know how you call it in English, like uglier. Like it will start like by not giving you food, and it will end up like electric, like, and beating you with sticks. So me, like I paid. It does not take me for a long time, but I have seen people being tortured, and it was I don't know how you say it. It's sad to see someone who come with you and become beaten because you don't have a family to pay for him at that moment. And I don't know, it's hard to speak about it, but after I paid, we have a deal, so I should go to the sea. But while waiting for this, there was a war broke out in Libya, the Sabrata war. And because of that, they told us to stay. We cannot go there. So I stayed there for 6 months. After 6 months, they told us we have been sold to another smuggler. So I should pay a second time. But this time it was double. So it takes some time to pay. So they give us a little bit, like for 2 months before starting punishment. But after that, there were punishments. So we start paying again our family, and we paid after many times. So after that, after I paid, I went to the sea with 100 people.
And then, can you describe the journey on the sea?
Yeah, it's the sea, you know. For me, like I say, the Sahara is better because it was the land. Because once you are in the sea, you don't see anything. Like everything is blue, and you are in a little rubber boat, and you are 100. We were like 105 people. Like 5 of them were little childrens. We went for around 15 hours in the sea. It was February, so Mediterranean Sea was a little bit colder and wavy. After we went 10 hours, we tried to call for help with a triathlon. After we called, there was someone who picked up, and they told us they would come, and we start moving. After some moments, a little plane came, and it starts to tour around us, and it went back, and another helicopter comes, and when we see these helicopters and planes, we were like having a hope, like we were thinking we are getting close, and everybody was happy. But the thing that happened was like different, because after we went again for 4 hours after they came, we call again, and we start seeing a ship from a long distance. So they told us they are near to us and they will come in 13 minutes to put off our motors. During this situation, we fight, the people who were there, we start to fight because the smuggler have already told us once we put off the motor, we cannot run it on again, since it's an old motor. But it was decided to put off the motor, and we put it off, and we were waiting for the help to come. But behind us, the Libyan Coast Guards come, and they took us back to Libya.
And so at that point, you were then taken to detention. Am I right? Like, what happened to everybody, and what were the Coast Guard like as well?
I went to detention. Yeah, I went to 3 detentions, but we went first to a detention called Kumus. It's beside the coast. And the moment they took us, and we don't have any choice since we are in the sea, you choose like to go back, because like you're gonna die there, or they can do something to you, the soldiers. So we went back with them, and they accept us. And the first 5 days, like it was cool for us, because we went out from from the smugglers, and we were sick, we don't have any food, and even we start sleeping on a mat, like from the ground to a mat. It was a big difference, and we were happy. But after time to time, like things start to change, and like we were expecting to become registered by UNHCR and to go, but we were transferred to another place, to a place called Ainzara.
And so Ainzara is where you guys first got in touch with me. A conflict broke out there, and we're going to show some of the photos from there. Maybe you could just explain what happened with the war.
Okay, sure. In Zara, like after we stayed there, like for around 4 or 5 months, war broke out in Libya. And since most of the detention centers are in a military base, the war is targeted into you and they are using you as a cover. And they fight it like for 5 days or something, while you remember I was texting you and sending you some photos, the situation which was there. And after that, an IM truck came and it took us to another place called Absolim. And after we went to Absolim, we stayed there also for 4 days, and the war started to become closer to Absolim also again. It was in the middle of Tripoli, in the capital city of Libya. And they left us alone, and the militia were already gone because they were already losing, and we were left alone there.
And we're going to go through some pictures, and you're just going to tell us what's happening in them. I think that, can you guys see?
No.
No. Can you see the screen? No.
Huh? The screen? Yeah. I cannot see the screen.
Can you see the photo on it?
Can you zoom it out?
Sorry, say again.
Can you zoom it out? Because you are too close, we cannot see the screen.
Can you see this one?
No, I cannot see the screen even. The camera is very close to you.
I think it's you guys have to do that.
Right.
Sorry, I think they're doing it.
Okay, sure.
You can. They can't see it. 1 minute. Okay, sorry, it's hard to hear up here. Okay, well, so maybe you could just describe while they're trying to sort that out, what happened in Abu Salim then when they left you alone? I mean, what was that?
In Absalim, like after they leave us alone, we waited for 1 day, but there was nothing happening, so we broke the door and we went out, and also we tried to let the women free, the ladies, and we let them free, and we start like organizing our life. Since we are alone, there is no one there to provide you food or water, so we start trying to get some money from outside, like asking your family to send you to Libya, and after they send you, you start to buy your food, water there, like things you need. So like there was Sudani people among us, so since they can speak Arabic, like they organized the thing and they start to open a market inside there, which was a fair price actually when you compare it to the smugglers before they used to sell us, because even when we were in the smugglers, we used to have a shop, but the price was like triple or double.
Yeah, Abu Salim was kind of like a unique case, wasn't it? That the people inside like were almost they were left alone, whereas other detention centers there were guards present all the time. But that was because of the conflict, I think.
Yeah, it was because of the conflict, because after the conflict they didn't come back like for a long time.
Yeah, and they left you guys without food as well for months. Can you now see
without food.
Can you see the photo now?
Yeah, I can see the photo now.
Okay, so can you say what's happening in that photo?
Okay, the one you showed me now is in Ain Zara.
Yeah, in Zara.
It was, yeah, it was actually during the war when we first start to talk. And the war was beside there. We are living inside and there was fighting. Yeah, you can see, maybe if you zoom it, you can see the trucks with the weapon.
Yeah, right in the middle there.
Yeah, and in here, like, we were 5 days without anything. Like, we were eating the food which we have stored before, just, and it was a little bit terrifying because it was the first time seeing like war in front of you, and everybody was expecting to die. But after that, we moved to Absalom and we get to used to it, living in a war zone.
And this is a photo from Abu Salim, right?
Yeah, this is a photo from Absalom. It was winter, so it started to rain, and the roof was not made properly, and it was very cold. And you can see people are sleeping, and they don't have enough blankets to cover. Like, since you are not eating food, even the blankets will not make you warm, because like, you don't have any kind of fat inside you. Like, you are eating every day macaroni, no nothing, like no vitamin, no protein.
And then this photo.
Okay, yeah, this photo is from, also again, from Absalom. There was a protest, like, after, I think it's after they left us, yeah. So they tried to come back and to start like to rule again the place, and people have already start to live by their own, and they cannot accept like to go back and become closed as they were before, like beaten. And since you have been there like for 1 year and 6 months, and some are there for 3 years, and you don't care about nothing, like, and we were refusing here, like, not to become closed again.
Yeah, my memory was that Abu Salim, it was kind of, like I said, a unique case, right? And you guys were given an option of either you can get food or you can be locked in, like, get food and be locked inside a hole, or be given no food and be allowed to walk around, basically.
Yeah, that's right. In Absalom, because after they left us, like, we start eating food, doing everything by our own. Like, we just use the place as a shelter, but the other things we beg from our family, friends, and you bring money. And as I told you, there is a shop inside. You buy things, and we have already controlled the place once, and we cannot give up again. And we were refusing every time they tried to do such things. So we make a deal with the militias that the food that comes to us, they can sell and use it, and we will have a little bit freedom, and we can eat by ourselves. So we agree with that deal, and we were living like that. For people who don't have money, maybe you can ask, you can say like that, but since you are too many, like, you share there, you are together, and if I have, I can share with my friend, and tomorrow I don't have, my friend may have, and we pass the life like that.
And maybe this is a good point just for you to explain who was inside this detention center, like which nationalities and also which ages.
Okay, during this protest, actually, it's in Absalom again. Like, as I told you, every time there's a protest, because they want to close you and do anything they want. And so we used to have ladies, and they were brave. So, like, if you came in Libya with the rules of the Sharia, with the Muslim, like, to touch a woman, it's like haram because they are respected. So there were women, children among us, and there was, as you see, there's a brain up there with a weapon, a guy. So we let the women to go first in order not to shoot, because he cannot do that to them. So we used to refuse like this.
And these are the militia people, right?
Yeah, there are some of the militias.
And then what's happening here?
Which one? I can see
Can
it.
you see it's the picture of food?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I can see it. How it goes, but I see it. But this is like how you eat food. You know, in Libya, you don't eat food alone. Like the food that provide you normally it's for 8 peoples, and it will be with this plate. You get a food like this like 2 times per day,
2 times per day?
and yeah, there's sometimes even you don't have a chance to eat, but normally the rule is 2 times per day, and you share this food to 8 people.
8 people, wow.
Yeah.
And then this is a video, so I believe, sorry, we can play that.
We are refugees in Absali. Save our life from risk. 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 We are trapped by the war. 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 We are refugees in Absali. We are refugees in Absali. We are at risk. We need evacuation from Libya. We are at risk. Evacuation from Libya. We are at risk. We need evacuation from Libya. We are at risk. Evacuation from Libya. ህይወትና ኣብ ሓደጋ ወዲቓላ ህይወትና ኣብ ሓደጋ ወዲቓላ ደጃኻትኩም ካብ ሓደጋ ኣውፅና ደጃኻትኩም ካብ ሓደጋ ኣውፅና ዓለም ትገደሰና ዓለም ትገደሰና We are trapped. We are trapped. We are trapped by the war. We are trapped by the war.
And so maybe you could explain what's happening there.
Yeah, it's sad to see this video again,
Sorry.
but no, it's okay. This video happened after I went out. Actually, I was not in this video. I was in Europe at the moment, but I used to have a contact with the people who was still there. And this is a moment like after they took us out, there was no ladies left in Absalim, so they forced them to close them up because like if you are a man only to protest, they use force normally. They start shooting and they beat them and they lock them down up. So they were asking, like, they were tired of living in such things, and they were like asking for the world, like for help, like to Europe or to US, kind of like to the Western countries. Most of the people are still there actually. So maybe some are dead, who knows, or some are sick, and it was very annoying to see this again.
And how did you get out of Libya?
Me, like going out of Libya, it's not a thing that you do it by your own. Like it's about luck, you know. If you are lucky enough, sometimes there are people who start the journey with me and enter to Europe in 1 month, sometimes in 6 months, and me after 2 years and 6 months, my luck come, and UNHCR came and take 400 people, like all the women and the children and the young people who were in Absalim. And it was because of there was a bomb attack beside the detention we were. And this was a risk for the people who were there, so they tried to take the vulnerable persons who were there, and I was one of them. And they took me to another place, and after that, I went to the gathering facility department, and from there, I make my interview, and I went to Italy through UNHCR.
And now you're in Luxembourg. How's it going?
Yeah, now I'm in Luxembourg. Like everything is good. I have already my status for me. I have started learning school. I'm taking like a school called Claudia Plus, a language class. And hopefully after I finish that, I will continue my proper classes.
Okay. And then we're going to go on to Ambre for a bit and then come back to do questions together. Thank you so much, Yoseph, for talking through that. Ambre, you work with refugees who have managed to reach Luxembourg. Have you heard a lot of stories like this?
Hi everyone, and thank you so much to welcome us at this conference. We're very happy to be able to participate, even if it's virtually. It's very nice. Yes, we work with refugees and asylum seekers who've been through the same path as Yoseph here, and in the beginning of 2019, we received actually many people who have left the Horn of Africa, mainly Eritrean people. Eritrea is the first nationality where asylum seekers come from in Luxembourg. And there have been many people who have crossed the Sahara and then have been through Libya and then crossed the Mediterranean Sea and been to Italy, where they had to, of course, when you enter a country in a irregular manner, you have to put the fingerprints. So these people came through all this journey and to Luxembourg. Yes. One thing that we had to face or deal with is that all these people, they have been through this difficult and very harmful journey, and it was very important to explain to them what was the meaning of it and why it was very important to explain to the authorities all this that they have been going through in Libya. So it's a bit in this context that we had to listen to the stories of the women, the children, and the men who have been going through this country and through Libya. And this was in particular because these people, as they cross Italy, they were under the Dublin regulation. It means that Luxembourg said, we're not responsible for your asylum application. You have to go back to Italy. And this was the whole issue, because they were so vulnerable, and it was very hard for them actually to open up about it, because it's very hard to talk to the authorities. And yes, when you don't know someone, it's very hard to talk about your traumatic experiences. So it was in this context that we were trying to kind of listen to them, build a trust, like a link of trust, and then pass these stories on.
Okay, and what is it like? I mean, you answered it a little bit there, but for people trying to overcome something like this?
One thing which is important when you arrive to Europe, one could think you're safe, you're finally there, you've reached your goal. And I think it's very important to remember that that's actually not the case. There are many difficulties that people have to go through also in Europe. We have to remember here the time I'm mentioning, the beginning of 2019, it was still Salvini in Italy. So yes, you can imagine the conditions in which the people were welcome in Italy. People can be very much fragilized by what they've been through in Libya. So when they arrive, they suffer from different kind of symptoms. They can have physical problems such as tuberculosis, for example, or because of the condition they went through, they have different kind of issues on their body. But also they have, in some cases, huge psychological traumas. And I especially remember the case of a lady who was here with her child, and she was, it took some time, but she was trying to explain to me how she's been to Libya, and she left Eritrea with her 2-year-old daughter, who had to follow her through the whole trip, the whole journey. And she was explaining to me, imagine my daughter was here and she saw everything I went through in Libya, and now she has to live with it. So this is the kind of trauma the people went through and still go on in Europe, especially for this this girl. She was then, I think, 8 years old. And yes, of course, when you see your mom being tortured, being victim of sexual violence, it's very hard to go through after that. Just I want to quickly say, normally the reception directive says that the vulnerability of someone should be taken into account and should not be ignored by the authorities in the whole process, even if you are under the Dublin procedure, if you are in the normal procedure. So, for example, people who have been victim of human trafficking, people suffering from who suffer from torture, rape, or any kind of psychological or physical violence, it should be taken into account. Unfortunately, that's not happening effectively in. So I'm talking for Luxembourg here, but even in general in Europe, I think there's a lack of accountability of this, and the difficulties of asylum seekers continue even, in Europe.
And then maybe you could just talk a bit more about your organization and your work, and also, again, you mentioned it a little bit, but what can be done better to help refugees from your experience?
Yes, thank you. So I work for a small association in Luxembourg called Passerell. So we work with asylum seekers, refugees. Our main goal is to make sure people have the right information to get access, to understand first their situation in Luxembourg, to understand what they are entitled to and what rights they should have. They have actually. We do this through, so we touch upon the different steps of the asylum procedure. We explain how the normal procedure goes, what is the Geneva Convention, what is the Dublin regulation. We help them more individually, for example, by helping them to understand why they got a negative decision from the authorities, from the administration, and also for the family reunification procedure. And when we reach to a legal question, if someone in a specific case, there is a legal question that arises, we have a team of volunteers who are lawyers and who can help us do the research for the people to get access then to the right information.
And
maybe, sorry.
go on.
Maybe about the Luxembourgish context very quickly. I know I'm speaking from my own experience here in Luxembourg. You can maybe sometimes think everything is perfect in Luxembourg. It's a very tiny country. But there are indeed asylum seekers, of course. Yes, there is stuff that are happening and that are going very well. For example, all the people who are actually asylum seekers get housing. But of course, there are other problems. And yes, that's what we are here for.
Okay.
And your other question?
And in terms of like what can be done better?
Yes. That's a very broad question, actually. Yes. I think first, the most important is to inform the people. When you arrive, you don't necessarily know about the Dublin regulation, for example. And this is something we see a lot. People, they come and they don't understand why they have to go back to, I don't know, Spain, Germany, Italy. So it's very important to explain how the European framework works, the legal framework works, so they can, decide and understand. The second thing is that, so I explained a little bit before, there's a lack of assessment of the vulnerabilities of the people. So in general, I think we would need a more effective system within the reception process in order to people who have been through such traumatic experience to to say, okay, be careful in this case, these people survive this, so you have to be careful within the process. And this is part of a more global awareness, which I think is very important. And this conference is, I think, one good example. I think we should raise more awareness towards the authorities, towards European citizens, which is very important to understand, or for people living in Europe to understand what's actually happening at our borders and within Europe. And yes, towards also professionals who can help raise the awareness about this. And
sorry, go
yes,
on.
sorry. Just one last point, which I think is important, and it's not the most positive. I'm very sorry about this, but on the European scale, I'm a bit afraid it's not going towards more, how do you say, protection towards people. It's more going towards like the building of a fortress Europe. And we can see this with the new proposition by the Commission in September to do a screening procedure and to do a border procedure, which means accelerated procedure, kind of also discrimination towards certain nationality according to how many protection rate they have according to the country itself. So Europe focuses more on returns, and yeah, there's always this problem with this new procedure about, okay, you want to create and manage migration, but how do we do and how do you welcome these people? Where are they going to be during the procedure, the border procedure? And there is very little information about this, and I think it's very frightening in general.
Yoseph, I'm really sorry. It turns out that we skipped the last image, which I know is a sad one, which we talked about in advance as well, which was the Tajura bombing. I don't know if you want to say a little bit about that still, because we were talking about as well what happened after you left, the fact that people are still in these situations.
Yeah, about the Tajur, actually, I was in Luxembourg when I heard about it. It was sad, but I don't know about it detail, but it's like the same thing which happened in Absalim, actually, the cause was. It was during the war, so in Absalim, luckily, the bomb was beside the detention center, but in Absalim, in Tajura, the strike was straight to the detention center, and many people were wounded and lost their life. I don't know how many the numbers is, but like still the people are there. I know some people who are there still who were in Tajura. And after all this, they don't have any change in their life. It's sad.
And maybe you also, now that you're in Europe, I mean, I know you've been learning more about Europe's role and migration policy and all these, rules and regulations. Do you have any thoughts on the European policy?
Okay, on that, before I came and now what I have, what I think is not the same. Because when I first left, you cannot know fully about a place which you don't know. You just have an imagination. Like maybe you see some photo of your friend or family in Europe, or you see it on the news, and you expect everything is like hand by hand. But after you start the journey, and after I was especially heard that they closed the Mediterranean Sea, like in that part, I know, yeah, it's their choice. Like it's they can do anything to their borders, but instead of like closing the ending point, I would say it will be better if they were closing the starting point, because if you start closing from the deserts, there would no one like going, instead of locking down the people who are there and making them not to go anywhere. and the thing they do is just looking the sea, and you cannot go back and you cannot go to the front. And stacking in this situation, it makes people to pay more and more and to try again and again and to suffer a lot.
Okay, thank you guys. I think that we're going to
Thank you.
see, are there any audience questions? Tatiana has a question.
Yes. Is the microphone on?
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
working.
Yes, I really want to thank Yoseph for this conversation and to tell us what happened. I think this has been very important for us to hear. So I think it's really important to have such events also because you can inspire other people. And I wanted to ask you exactly this, because we also had a conversation before you coming to speak at our conference. Maybe you can tell the others why you decide to speak out and why it's important for you to tell us what you just told us.
Okay, thanks, Tatiana. The reason I want to speak about this is now me, I'm already a safe place and nothing can happen to me. But for the people who are still there, they need someone like to talk about it, because there was some photo which talks about there are children who started the journey with me, and I see them growing there, and they are still there. And for them, like, they are kids, and growing in that situation for them will be like making their mind dirtier. And at least if I talk about this, someone could realize that there are some people who need help, and some people can get help from this thing.
Yeah, good answer. Nada has a question.
Hi, is it on? Yeah. Thank you, Yoseph and Ambre. And I have a sort of a comment more than a question, that when sharing such stories, and I think Ambre touched a little bit about this, and if you want to explain more, that would be good from the European side, that it's this everything that was created that we have seen is mainly a continuation of a colonial situation where you create this road impossible to cross but at the same time you in Europe, like, they washed their hands with all the administration that just did happen on Libya. It didn't happen in Europe. And I think we also last night we have seen that things like this and worse happen also in Europe. So if you can explain a little bit on, like, I don't want to get into details because I think people have done this excellently. And thank you, Yusuf, for your last comment that it's just a process that you have narrated most of the story where it happened in Libya, which is actually, this is exactly what they want to happen, that all of this happens outside. And then when you arrive, they try to provide things for the causes that was created back then, which also created by Europe, because this whole industry of migration that we see recently is funded by that to make it impossible for people to migrate for any reasons. So if you, Ambre, can say a little bit also on the Luxembourg side, how this process is being handled, that would be amazing.
Hi, thank you for your question, Nada. Yeah, I think, and not even from the Luxembourgish, but from the more European scale, with this new pact, like, we're very afraid about what asylum is going to become. And really, it's a question. We always have the impression with what the media shows, that we are under a huge, like, there are a lot of people coming to Europe. And I think, and this is something that's said a lot in this kind of events, but it's still important to say again, the people who flee from their country because they are persecuted, they go around their country. The people actually achieving Europe are like a very small proportion of the people who, like, in the entire world, who need protection. I think what's also important to say is that within Europe you have very different how you say tendencies. Like in Luxembourg, I think we still have a minister who still wants to how do you say this? Yeah, the solidarity part is I think is important for Luxembourg, but the problem is that in general, with for example, with Poland or Hungary, this is not happening, and that's what's creating such a terrifying new proposition. And I think yes, we're not going towards the best direction to protect the people, to welcome them in conditions that actually are in compliance with human rights and the charter.
Do we have another question? Yeah.
A question from our online audience. So also from them, big thanks to you, Yoseph, for sharing your story with us. The question is, what could you imagine that we could do to get more of these stories out? And how can we empower the voices of the people that are still trying to flee and need protection?
Sorry, you mean the one who are in Europe?
Yes.
Yeah, like you need someone to speak to them which more like close to their culture, because for example, for me, when I came to Europe, like it's a new culture, and you cannot settle like as you want, because even you have your papers and everything, but in the mind you are still locked back with the things you have seen in Libya. So if you start, for example, like me and Amber, for example, we do a tandem. Like she teaches me some of her cultures and I taught her some of my culture. And in the middle of that, when you get close, then you start speaking with from someone who is from Europe, like starts freely, you start to become more confident and they will speak eventually.
Any more questions?
Not from the online audience. No.
Is there anything that you guys think that is important that we didn't touch on? Like Yoseph or Ambre?
Yeah. No, it's just saying about it again. It's about the people who are there, like, especially now since with the COVID and with the other things. Now most of the detention centers are closed, and now they are, as you know, Sally, they are in Tripoli city, and which is not safe for them because they can be sold and even become killed anytime. So the UNHCR is not also working. Like the moment I was there, it used to work a little bit, but now it's totally stopped. So I hope there will be something for them.
And it's the UNHCR that does the evacuations. That's what you're referring to specifically, right? Like evacuations from the country to safe countries.
Yeah, to safer. Like even if it's, for example, there were people who went to Rwanda. It's better than like Libya because you are in a war zone, but in Rwanda it's more safer.
And I guess there'll be people watching who are wondering like what they could do to help or what they should be doing. Like, do you have any ideas on that?
No, maybe Amber.
Just to follow quickly on the question that was asked online about how to actually help and how refugees could talk themselves about what's happening. I think this is such a major point actually, and we see even like how they're treated in the legal process, it's not the same when someone goes in front of the, for example, the administrative court, because that's the case in Luxembourg, when you get a refusal or when you're under the Dublin regulation, you go to the administrative court, and the way the cases are handled is not the same as if you were Luxembourgish and or European even. And that's you see also with the new pacts. It's more a question about how the European countries can handle and can manage and basically control migration, then also taking into account the aspiration of the people and what they actually would like. I'm not sure someone would actually want to go to Hungary, for example, because of the politics and because of the general conditions in Hungary. So yes, I think this is something very important to also hear and try to understand what this all the asylum seekers and refugees have been going through.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it, right? Time-wise, thank you both so much. And sorry that we couldn't all be together for it, but I'm really glad that we got to do this and that we could connect from two different countries.
Yes, I also would like to thank you from our team and the people that are here today at our studio in Berlin. Thank you, Yoseph and Ambre. What you did is very important. And also, thanks for sharing this difficult story. So you have been very brave, and you have to be proud of yourself, Yoseph. And thank you, Sally, as well. We are coming back in 45 minutes with the next panel, Politics and Technology of Fear. So we just have a break now, and really thank you from Luxembourg, and we all say goodbye to you.
Okay, thank you, bye.
Le micro, il est off. Le micro, il est cool. Bon. Hi, good. You're good, good, speaker.
So, we are back at the Disruption Network Club with the panel Politics and Technology of Fear. We are live from Kunstquartier Bethanien in Berlin. And this is a very interesting panel because we are also experimenting a hybrid format. So I have with me Jo Varon and Vali Edhori, and are connected with us online Claudia Aradau and Gaia Giuliani. So we will experiment this hybrid format in time of Corona. This is also a special conference because it's our 21st conference and we have the audience following us online. So it's a special setup all over. And I want to remind the audience that there is a chat. So you are also welcome to ask questions to our speakers, and Lieke will read the questions after the conversation with the moderator. So I'm now going to introduce more in depth Walid. He's a researcher, journalist, and filmmaker that is based between Berlin and Beirut. He's a partnership editor at Open Democracy and the lead editor of its North Africa, West Asia section. He holds a PhD in media studies from the University of Amsterdam and is a former postdoctoral fellow at the Forum Transregionale Studien and the Institute for Cultural Inquiry in Berlin. His work and publication deal with protest movements, the politics of failure, and geographies of war and violence. So I leave now the word to you, Walid, to introduce the panelists, and also welcome Claudia and Gaia that are seeing us in remote. Hello, thanks for being here, and I leave the stage to you.
Thank you, Tatiana, and welcome to everyone joining us. And thank you for our amazing speakers today. This panel reflects on the politics and technologies of fear and the way they act upon migrant bodies, but also how they produce subjects who are treated as data sources, objects of experimentation, or hostile threats to an imagined idea of a safe or exceptional place. We will hear analysis of the reasons and the strategies that create semiotic and datafied borders in relation to migration, and hopefully we'll be able to think together of ways to better understand these technologies and mechanisms, and that could help us build strategies for the advancement of social justice. But also, and it's very important, it will help us raise awareness about the various levels of challenges we face politically and otherwise. We will get the questions after all the speakers have given their presentations, and I invite you, as Tatiana did, to please ask your questions on the chat, and we will get to that hopefully after the conversation. First, I have the pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Gaia Giuliani, who will be talking about the semiotic power of borders and unpack Europe's we in relation to a notion of fear of invasion and white anxiety. Gaia Giuliani is a political philosopher who works as a permanent researcher at the Centro for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. Her research interests focus on visual constructions of race and whiteness from an intersectional viewpoint. Her methodology crosses critical race and whiteness studies, post-colonial, cultural, and gender studies. Some of her recent books include Race, Nation, and Gender in Modern Italy, and Monsters, Catastrophes, and the Anthropocene, a Post-Colonial Critique. Gaia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for being our chair today. I'm very pleased to have you. And of course, Claudia and Joanna, who are my co-panelists. And I really wanted to thank also Tatiana Bazzichelli and the whole Disruption Networks Lab staff for having me. So my intervention will focus on media and specifically on the mainstream media narratives on migrations and border crossing. My aim is actually that of unpack the colonial and racist archive underpinning the grammar of the border regime through a visual and discursive analysis. My positionality, I'm a scholar, I'm an activist, I'm anti-racist, I'm feminist, And since the very beginning of my work, I tried to deconstruct public discourses on and iconographies of whiteness and race, questioning in particular the white normative imaginary behind securitarianism and the militarization of the border. The research that I'm presenting here is the result of many years of investigation, but also a very recent collective research done within the frame of a project called The Othering, Deconstructing Risk and Otherness, Hegemonic Scripts and Counter-Narratives on Migrants and Refugees and So-Called Internal Others in Portuguese and European mediascapes. My intervention, my paper today is divided in three sections. The first section, as Walida rightly said, focuses on the deconstruction of the we that's speaking. So the we that has the right to look at migrations and refugee flows. The second will focus more on the Mediterranean as a stage in which the border is performed as a symbiotic device. What does it mean? Means that what I read as the border is a biopolitical dispositif that defines people's mobility, and particularly people's mobility towards Europe, as risky, borrowing from Claudia conception and notion of risky as conflating what is risky and at risk. This draws from the panoply of images of gendered monstrosity that are stored in European national, transnational, colonial and post-colonial racist imaginaries. Why I use the notion of monstrosity? Because what is depicted as being out there, so a place from where migrants and refugees come, is the place of barbarism, is the place of what is not civilized, still now in post-colonial times. The third section focuses on the rhetoric of moral panic that political forces produce, and particularly political right-wing forces produce in order to mobilize political consent. And I distinguish between white anxiety and moral panic, meaning the first, this cultural element is ingrained in post-colonial metropoles and is generated day by day by hegemonic and mainstream media, by the idea that the former colonized, blinded by the aspiration to participate to the white wealth and superiority, is physically invading, predating the economy and violating the identity of the receiving country. The latter means rather the outburst of panic against the loss of white identity that occurs in coincidence with a violent event, like a crime committed by a so-called racialized other, and or, as we are witnessing now, the outburst of a global pandemic that reaches the global north. The we that looks at migration towards Europe today incorporates diverse political dynamics, social processes and geographies from Europe and its national states, as well as from transatlantic ties to the rest of the West and the broader global North. As such, the roots of the we lie in a vast realm of converging and diverging cultural elements, narratives, and self-narratives, which I nevertheless see as crystallizing in a kind of converging imaginary, a single imaginary with multiple voices, but a single imaginary at certain historical moments when homogeneous narratives and policies on migration, the war on terror and environmental catastrophes are deployed to structure the way the we conceives and responds to the threat. Of course, this kind of conflation through which the we somehow materializes is something that actually reduces the complexity of the we, because as we have seen during this conference, many are the activists, many are the people who are not giving their consent to a hegemonic narrative. But when through this opposition between the we and the we gets crystallized, it is a precise narrative that somehow expels all the different cracks, multiplicities, and beauties, if I can say that, that people the we. This we sees chaos coming from out there, as if all people in mobility were heading Europe, as if the out there was the place for monsters, where disaster and chaos were systemic, as if all people in mobility were to inoculate chaos in the body of Europe, as if Europe was a homogeneous and self-reflexive space, a white, evenly white space. Still, as it was conceived in colonial time, the bastion of rightfulness and progress, where disasters occur by chance but can be mastered, as if Europe and the West were the only place that must be saved. And this relates a lot with what has been said yesterday by Hannah Hakiki and Nicole Vogele when they were describing what happens at the internal frontiers in Europe. So the violence, the illegitimate violence, which is legitimized by governments because the threat is an ultimate threat, is the threat of that kind of a monster that is somehow undermining the identity of the we. So borders, in that sense, and I get to the second part of my speech, borders here, besides the function they play, which is that of filtering, governing, controlling, and preventing mobility towards Europe along the international division of labor, are to identify an innocent white imaging community construct through its opposition to a they whose description is based on figures of race that have been sedimented across centuries and that, stemming from colonial and cultural archives of race, identify and distinguish, apart from the we and the they, the real refugee as a victim from the migrant scene as a profiteer, treacherous, deceiving, and fraudulent. The domesticable women and children from dangerous men, the valuable ones in Angela Merkel's own world during the Syrian crisis in 2015, from brown men as potential terrorists or from black and brown men as a mass of cannibals and rapists. As, it has been epitomized in the cartoons published by Charlie Hebdo after the New Year's Eve attacks in Cologne in 2015. In this colonial picture, dead kids are the only ones to burn, according to description nurtured in colonial time, for which the only innocent barbarian is the dead one. And that's why I was not going to show the picture of Aylan Kurdi and the pictures of the many kids that actually do not get alive on shore of Lampedusa, because actually I don't want to reproduce what I've been called the pornography of suffering. So what is scary here? Can you please switch? Yes, exactly, thank you. What is scary here is not, unlike some intellectuals have argued, the reinstantiation of the Black Atlantic in the Mediterranean, with its specific history of slavery and colonial violence. On the contrary, what is frightening here, what generates white anxiety, is a mass of racialized people reclaiming their right to escape, their search for a better life, their autonomous choice to flee the objective causes of their unhappiness, suffering, and despair, and become part of the we's imaging community. What mainstream media, right and left wing alike, and institutional discourses on migrations considered illegitimate of the right to escape is the free initiative they take to cross the border, the semiotic border that constitutes them as subalterns. It is the unchained and autonomous initiative that erases the barrier between the colonial then and the post-colonial now and unveils the coloniality of our present. This coloniality represents migrants and refugee flows as a crisis, although the only crisis undergoing is that of Europe and its self-claimed innocence. This same coloniality represents both people as an indistinct mass of people ready to predate or undermine a social order, when in reality the border system that semiotically reduces them as vulnerable and precarious subjects not only prepares the terrain for the exploitation of their labor force, but is ingrained in a global data extraction industry that is never mentioned in media focused on migrant and refugee flows. Mainstream media thus not only contributes to the mystification and monstrification of individuals, was rendition as such helped to sustain the picture of Europe as an innocent community at siege, but obscures the multiple operation of a system of exploitation that reproduces racialized power relations, deresponsibilizing Europe and the global north for the violence of borders and silencing the multiple implication of global north with the objective causes from which migrants flee. Throughout my research undertaken with the research project EDRi, databases on national and international media were collected and analyzed where migration, forced mobility, detention, and repatriation are always presented as unchallenged and aiming at national security. What I really want to point out here is the fact the language used is one of an alleged war at the frontier that transforms a political issue into one of national and European security. And as Anna and Nicole yesterday have highlighted, referring to multiple borders in the south of Spain, in Melilla, but also in Hungary. This militarized, or yesterday it has been called as a weaponized language, is also the one used to describe the strong and decided defender of the nation. And in this research that we undertaken within the project EDRi, my field work is on Italy. So I'm gonna refer mostly on Italy in the next slides, which are referring to the third section of my paper. So basically what you can see for instance, in this example of newspapers, which is not from the far right, but is kind of center-right wing newspaper. I mean, Salvini, who used to be the Ministry of Interior, and today is somehow opposing the government's mixing up the issue of coronavirus with the issue of the invasion. Here is clearly opposing the we to a alleged they, which appears as a somehow more legitimated to mobility than the we, its interlocutor is supposed to belong to. So we can see how very rarely there is a kind of a position taken away from the speaker whose voice is reported in the media. What then we have is another example, which is Giorgia Meloni, who's a leader of the extreme right party Fratelli d'Italia, is basically Italy because of the mixture, I mean, the mixed action of coronavirus allegedly inoculated by migrants and refugees into the white body of Italy, and the political collapse of the Italian society and state. Then in the third slide, you can see how the Italian actual premier Giuseppe Conte, who is not from the far right, uses the same language of the war at the frontier of the coronavirus crisis as well as the frontier of the nation state. So somehow connecting the threat represented by migrants and refugees to the threat represented by coronavirus as somehow driving the nation to disruption, collapse, and death. So the narrative of COVID's pandemic and the more recent terrorist attack in Nice, and I'm referring to Nice in particular because the attacker landed in Lampedusa before climbing up the nation, going across the frontier and getting to France, produced by the far and radical right, but not only, engendered moral panic that calls for national cohesion against the visible as well as the invisible enemy that threatened the white imaging community of the we. Images of boats landing, convicted migrants rioting, and migrants gathering at the European internal borders, etc., that are usually mobilized to maintain white anxiety, are now covered with the omen of the ultimate danger for national and European citizens. The threat is not only about a future race replacement, as in the narrative of the radical right movements and parties, but also about the very health of the citizens' body and the body of the nation in the present time. To hygienize means eventually to sanitize the nation against monsters and catastrophes, projecting the guilt of the generation, chaos and death onto the visible enemy. What's the recipe? Well, during my and I'm getting to my conclusion. During my field work, I've not just analyzed to critical discourse analysis, a number of newspapers and visual production related to the so-called fears of invasion, but also interviews that I've done with activists, artists, curators, intellectuals, and journalists in Italy. And I want to say that what they all said is the only way imaginary filled with white anxiety and moral panic is to multiply and give space to not aligned voices, and more importantly, to the voices of protagonists of mobility. Many alternative media platforms are already doing so. They focus not only on the real causes of migration and global and local responsibilities and complicities in generating these causes, but also the subjective choice of their protagonists, as well as the reproduction of differential vulnerabilities and exposition to suffering and death that the border regime generates. Not aligned voices are able to unveil the coloniality of our present and give room not only to systemic critiques, but more importantly to material actions against border violence, exploitation, and vulnerability. Because border regimes cannot be made more just with their panoply of control technologies and bionecropolitics. They just need to be dismantled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gaia. Next, we have Claudia Aradau, who will speak about issues of experimentality, surplus data, and the politics of debilitation border zones. Claudia Aradau is Professor of International Politics in the Department of War Studies and Principal Investigator of the Consolidator Grant Security Flows, Enacting Border Security in the Digital Age, Political Words of Data Forms, Flows and Frictions, project funded by the European Research Council. Her research has explored the implications of security practices globally as more and more problems and people become constituted as objects and subjects of security. She has inquired into the effects this has for democratic politics and critique. Her current research focuses on how digital technologies reconfigure security and surveillance practices, as well as the relations between security, democracy, and critique. Claudia, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Walid. And I also want to start by thanking Tatiana Bazzichelli for the invitation to join the panel today. I'm delighted to be able to discuss with my co-panelists and Gaia and Joanna, and with yourself and everyone else who could join today, either in person or online. I want to start my intervention tonight with two recent reports published this month, one by the UN Special Rapporteur, and I'm not sure whether you can see it, on contemporary forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia and related intolerance, and the other by Petra Molnar, whom you heard in an earlier panel. So a report that she discussed earlier. So there will be some interesting continuities. And I also, in my talk, I probably show the other aspect that Gaia kind of gestured towards of data extraction and the kind of data economies around migration and mobility. So both of these reports draw attention to how borders have been rendered as testing grounds, right, for high-risk experimental technologies, while refugees themselves have become testing subjects for these experiments. So as Petra Molnar points out in her report, these experiments, and I quote here from the report, range from big data prediction about population movements in the Mediterranean and Aegean Sea, and automated decision-making in immigration applications to artificial intelligence detectors and risk scoring at European borders. The report by the UN Special Rapporteur picks up the language of experiment and argues, and again I quote from the report by Tendai Achume, that governments and non-state actors are developing and deploying emerging digital technologies in ways that are uniquely experimental, dangerous and discriminatory in the border and immigration enforcement context. So we have here the language of experiments, laboratories and tests that has been used in analysis of border control, migration and technologies. Indeed, by using this language, we immediately associate this language with that of critique, right? Particularly given the public unease about the language of experiments, the vocabulary and experimentation, and also given the history of scientific experiments on racialized and gendered bodies. So what I want to do in my intervention today is focus on this concept of experiment and what I propose to call experimentality and the border, and two different sites of experimentation, one by the state in Greece and the other by humanitarian actors globally. And I want to suggest that we need to be more specific about what these technological experiments mean at the border, but not as simply an intellectual and academic exercise, but in order to discuss how this particular conceptualization actually enables us to think of different forms of critique, refusal, or intervention. So to do so, I propose to actually move from the more metaphorical language of experiments. So firstly, or I would suggest that the metaphorical language does two things. So firstly, it orients us to high-tech and high-risk technologies. Yet even as high-tech developments such as the extension of biometric data collection or the recent rolling out of interoperability projects and data sharing with authorities in non-EU and EU and non-EU countries have attracted a lot of attention, mundane digital devices are also increasingly deployed in border zones. So in Greece, for instance, the introduction of the Skype procedure for asylum seekers on the mainland is one such case of experimenting with mundane devices. Skype was later on supplemented by a mobile app developed with EU funding in collaboration with the Greek Asylum Service. So secondly, particularly in the literature on border migration studies, this metaphorical language of experiments has been used to refer to processes of improvisation, innovation, and bricolage in governance. Yet I want to suggest that experiments have also more specific meaning, or this is the one actually that we most often associate with experiments in our public vocabularies. And it's a meaning that's been associated with scientific experiments, but it has also been discussed in science and technology studies. So here, rather than understanding all governance processes as experimental, experiments are a particular scientific practice, often conducted in laboratories. So the politics of experiments here is the politics of science and technology, with its protocols, ethics, and demands for objectivity. However, the introduction of mundane digital devices, such as Skype, as I have mentioned, or WhatsApp, or MasterCard, or a set of apps developed either by non-state actors or state actors, does not require laboratory or randomized custom trials that we usually associate with scientific experiments. We could perhaps compare this understanding of experiments with the various types of experiments we see unfolding, for instance, in relation to the COVID-19 vaccines. Experimentality, I want to suggest, proposes a sort of in-between understanding of experiment, not quite as broad as the metaphorical one, and not quite as restrained as the one associated with the politics of science. So what is experimentality then? So in my view, experimentality renders experiments as techniques of governing. The concept was developed by anthropologists to analyze the use and circulation of clinical trials around the world. And it was recently recast by feminist science and technology studies scholar Michelle Murphy as an assemblage that creates, I quote, a milieu amenable to capitalism's desire for changing and changeable surroundings. So experimentality encompasses three different elements. So I want to suggest that experiments as these techniques of governing are more heterogeneous and not limited to the laboratory or the clinic. In the case of mundane digital devices, there is no experiment that is specifically located in the laboratory, but there are many pilots, projects, and trials. So what differentiates this from the clinical trials analyzed by anthropologists is not only that they are deployed outside the laboratory or the clinic, but that they often work without protocol. And I want to keep this understanding of experiments without protocol as one kind of form of experimentality. Secondly, experiments are interventions which depend on material devices and apparatuses to produce new phenomena. So they are not necessarily high tech. Right? Again, that's something we associate with new technologies, complex, often black box technologies, but they can be low tech. And finally, the proliferation of experiments outside laboratories needs to be understood in relation to development under neoliberalism. While not all experiments rely on small-scale trials or pilots and produce interventions where, for instance, state resources are scarce and infrastructures are lacking, I want to suggest that there is a distinctive form of experimentality that emerges under conditions of neoliberalism and indeed relies on pilot projects, trials, and cycles of funding applications and donor reports to fund more experiments. So in the case that I want to discuss first, Greek border zones are indeed teeming with experiments without protocol. From floating walls to stop migrants reaching the Greek shores from Turkey, to very mundane debit cards, and from surveillance devices to creative experiments on so-called refugee integration. These experiments are often based on the small-scale injection of devices into reality for limited periods of time with the purpose of speculatively making a different future. And in so doing, the experiments recompose social relations between migrants, NGOs, and state authorities. So what does experimentality do? What are the effects of all these experiments that are taking place? And I want to spend some time to return, in fact, to the Skype, the introduction of Skype in the Greek asylum registration process. A sort of experiment that has recomposed relations between migrants and the Greek state. And I think you can see here, yes, you can see here a screenshot from the Greek Asylum Service website with user instructions for the asylum claim scheduling service. So there are two hyperlinked documents. The one on, I guess, on my left, one I see on the left, contains information for English and French speakers and was dating back, I think, from 2014 and giving alternatives of using an internet cafe, a computer or tablet or a phone in French, but only a computer, smartphone or tablet in English. It also kind of gave information about for users who are actually warned to only call on particular days. It was on Wednesdays between 11 to 1 o'clock for English and French, and to use a particular Skype ID. On the right-hand side, there was another hyperlink document that at the time had also not been amended, but had been updated in the meantime, that contained a Skype schedule for different languages, and the number of languages has increased over time. And again, migrants can only call at particular times of the week on particular days for particular languages and for particular processes, particular regions of in Greece and particular nationalities. So it's quite a complex PDF document. So on the one hand, different documents that had not been updated or had been updated at different times. And what is important to remember here is what media theorist Wendy Tune has argued, that for digital technology to be updated. So digital technologies require constant updating in order to work. Yet updating depends on both human labor and material resources. So in conditions of neoliberalism, and as we know, both of these have become scarce, particularly in relation to the case of Greece in relation to the state and state resources, experimentality aims in a certain sense to address precarity, but not by redressing it, but by recomposing relations of precarity in a different guise. Precarity, I argue, is decomposed and recomposed rather than reduced or redressed. So in so doing, experimentality becomes effectively a practice of debilitation. As Jasbir Puar has indicated, technology, and I quote from her, acts both as a machine of debility and capacity, and as portals of effective openings and closures. Through the insertion of Skype in the asylum process in Greece, refugees continually experience debilitation through the technology that doesn't work, closure through limited access, and disorientation through contradictory and outdated information. So I want to end my intervention tonight by discussing yet another effect of debilitation through data extraction. Many of the technologies that are deployed by NGOs and state actors in experimental practices are produced elsewhere, often by corporate actors who remain entangled in the experiments through their expertise and ownership of these technologies. Experimentality is thus also entangled with the extractive operations of what Nick Strycek has called platform capitalism. Digital platforms such as Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, or Google do not only shape relations between participants online, but they transform value and markets. Given the drive to accumulate data, the more certain platforms are used, the more valuable these platforms become. Digital platforms depend upon the extraction, processing, and analysis of data, which has become a new source of profit generation and capital accumulation. Experimentality is therefore also intrinsic to the extension of digital platforms, which incorporate more and more spheres of private life by rendering them into computable data. And the final visualization, which I think you can see now, is the result of a research that has explored the other side that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that of apps produced by humanitarian actors for refugees globally. So we analyzed, together with colleagues, the code of a set of 18 apps produced by a range of humanitarian actors for refugees. And we located the apps via the Play Store. And in the visualization, you can see a map of what are called APIs, or application programming interfaces, that are connected in the code of the different apps. The size and the shade of the nodes in the network correspond to the number of APIs that are connected, again, to another API in the code across the different apps. And what was particularly interesting to us, or what we found out by visualizing these connections, is that Google and Facebook dominate the relations that underpin this production of refugee apps by humanitarian actors. There are other software APIs that hold central positions, but those are the APIs that are used in the day-to-day development of apps. So Google is at the center of a sort of digital humanitarian ecosystem, not only because it can host searches or it can provide maps for the apps, but also because it simultaneously intercepts data flows so that it acts as a surplus data extractor from digital relations by simply allowing these apps to be on the platform. Similarly, the presence of Facebook in these humanitarian apps is far beyond the representation that we have of Facebook as a social media platform that we join as a user, right? And then there's all the debates that we have about Facebook and social media. But here there's a different understanding, I think, of Facebook. So understood in a broad sense as these digital arrangements that connect users and organizations, platforms are also mediating and enacting social and economic relations. Facebook and Google are not only positioned at the center of an emerging humanitarian ecosystem, but they reshape digital humanitarianism through these data extractive relations. The companies at the center of platforms provide part of the infrastructure for digital humanitarianism and are simultaneously an extractive apparatus for data. However, it is not only these nodal relations that are important. Right. If you look at this visualization, there are quite a lot of smaller and isolated APIs as well. And what we found out in researching some of these connections is that there are a lot of depreciated APIs, which actually resonates with the example I had given earlier of the Skype procedure and the information I've developed for the Greek Asylum Service. The digital humanitarian ecosystem is full of these obsolete, outdated, and depreciated apps. So these are signs, in our view, of app development that was not conducted in-house. A possible explanation is provided by the reuse of the code in the software companies that develop the apps. As latecomers to the world of digital technologies and app development, humanitarian actors often have to reuse these earlier technical building blocks. And humanitarianism therefore becomes a particularly vulnerable site of data extraction, given its lack of in-house digital expertise, funding through Tech for Good events, free hackathons, and overall lack of resources. Similarly to the Greek state, humanitarian actors cannot tackle the depreciation, messiness, and obsolescence of APIs and apps. So if we attend to these quite different forms of experimentality I have outlined here, I suggest that we need to think similarly about a range of interventions, refusals, and critiques. This can range, for instance, from demanding protocols in the activities of state and non-state actors, when we see this extensive use of experiments without protocols, demanding rights to what Ruha Benjamin has called informed refusal, to struggles for public infrastructures and technologies, struggles against precarity, but also for technologies that can sustain public and collective rights, that can become support of political capacity rather than political debilitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. Our last speaker is joining us from here, Joanna Varon, who also works in the context of security and data, and she will analyze some of the latest trends in surveillance technologies at border zones, who they are targeting and how we can hack those challenges. Joanna Varon is affiliated to the Berkman Klein Center for Internet Society. She is Executive Directress and Creative Chaos Catalyst at Coding Rights in Brazil, and Technology and Human Rights Fellow at the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy from Harvard Kennedy School. She is a former Mozilla Media Fellow and co-creator of several creative projects operating in the interplay between activism, arts, and technologies, such as transfeministtech.org, radarlegislativo.org, chupadados.com, Safer Sisters, Safer Nudes, protestos.org, Net of Rights, and freenetfilm.org. She's also part of the group of researchers who kickstarted the working group on human rights considerations for standards and protocols at the Internet Engineering Task Force. She's Brazilian with Colombian ancestry and engaged in several international civil society networks, such as Privacy International Network, the Open Observatory of Network Interference, and Al-Sur, among others. Joanna, please.
Thank you, Walid. Thank you, Gaia and Claudia, for the insights, and thank you for the invitation. What my presentation is not about a paper, so let's see how it goes. Ideas are still connecting and conforming, and this conversation already gave me a lot of insights. As Walid said, I don't study immigration issues specifically. At Coding Rights, the organization that I founded, we look at technologies and the power relations and power imbalances that are in the deployment and development of technologies. So my presentation will be mostly focused on that lenses. I'm not European, I'm Brazilian, traveling around with Brazilian passport, which is going down in terms of credibility, thanks to our, unlike not very nice president, horrible president. So what I'm gonna say is gonna depart from this idea that we are moving the data collection from devices, though, as Claudia was saying, there is this diversification of devices, but the data collection is also going towards our bodies. And From Devices to Bodies is the name of a web series that we just started a few weeks ago. I'm going to show you a little part of it. But before, I also depart from the idea that borders have been used as laboratories to test emerging technologies. Borders, just as prison systems, have been used as those laboratories. But unlike in the laboratories where you are testing, those laboratories already gave you, it's a very profitable laboratories for the surveillance industry and also for states that develop surveillance technologies to be deployed in the global north, and then most likely to be also exported for the majority of the world. And then there is also, I believe, this movement in which from borders, from the prison systems, technologies are then deployed in urban spaces. That's the case for facial recognition, for instance. We started using or having that in airports and then moving. So, and why it happens in borders, prison systems, it's exactly because people in borders are more vulnerable in terms of rights, no? And there are also different borders and different treatments on borders, no? There's the borders like that, or borders in the airport in which you were like official borders for you to enter, and the borders that haven't even, as we could hear from Yoseph, even more harsh treatment and surveillance. And the technologies and tactics are diverse as what capitalism can provide and creativity can provide. So I'll show you a video from a surveillance company. I'll go back to this later. But well, I'll show you some videos from surveillance companies, and they always have this narrative: innovation, security, data, monitoring, and I don't know why, some Game of Thrones alike soundtracks. So I'll show you, let's see if it plays. So most of them have like a portfolio, a menu of their surveillance tech, and they portray people. They have this overarching eye, they can see anything, and it's quite the opposite from what we are seeing yesterday and in the last presentation where Hannah, Dimitra were talking about the difficulties to monitor what happens in borders from the part of who is crossing borders. The other side, it's likely to buy technologies like this to try to watch and monitor everything. And that's how the companies portrayed. We'll see in a minute. People, they are likely to come and cross the borders. As if someone would go to a complex like that and try to cross. But that's how they depict it. So this is how they see people crossing the borders. Narratives from states connect also with the vision of security, innovation, but bring those narratives of war on drugs, and then terrorism, and now health, to be safe from the other. Very similarly, I just saw also another video not from a surveillance company, but from the European Union to announce another project to protect their borders. Oops. Which is a passenger registration system, ETIAS, similar to US. That's going to be a requirement for people who had the right to come to Europe without a visa, so not anymore. And then the argument is in the announcement was to make the union stronger and safer. So it's a way to bypass the agreements in which countries have reciprocity for requiring visa. If one country requires a visa from another, you have a diplomatic right to be reciprocal and ask or not. Brazil had that reciprocity with the US for years. Now Bolsonaro, as he's submissive, he allowed US citizens to come without a visa, but before we had the reciprocity. And with this, you kind of say, okay, you don't need a visa, but I'm gonna ask you for a lot of information. And the information is, now it also includes health data, and even I was looking through the documentations, even data about labor information, job information, and so on. And then that's how they portray this. Like, this system applies to citizens of countries which are not part of the EU, but are granted the privilege to access the EU without an entry visa. I haven't seen many friends from the EU discussing this, friends on data. So I was like, well, I just figured out that because Germany is gonna ask Brazilians to have this by the next year. So borders are closing, and we see, this is the map that we have today. It's today, actually today, this map, the screenshot, in terms of restrictions. So they are closing. COVID is the new terrorism. I'm here just because there was this campaign on Love is Not Tourism, so I could come as an unmarried partnership to see my partner. And what's behind all that? So you've seen that I've been talking about borders from perspectives beyond the struggles of refugees, because I think it connects to other layers of policies in the deployment of technologies. In the end, surveillance is being deployed to maintain what can be called the matrix of domination. There's a concept from Patricia Hill Collins, which is composed by capitalism, white supremacy, colonialism, patriarchy. And colonialism, from what we have seen from ages, no? And this is a history that keeps repeating, no? Potatoes came from Andean region in Latin America, the region that today is between Peru, Chile, Bolivia. It was before, it was Peru, Chile, and Bolivia, because there were no borders like that. It was the Andes region. And now that's also the same region where lithium deposits are. So according to these sources, 49% of the total lithium production, and that was in 2015, came from South America, and a lot is also from from Chile. And this is the result of the extraction of lithium in a mine in Atacama Desert. Polluted water, blue with chlorine that is used to extract. So, no surveillance on here, but then those things can keep coming to Europe. What would be, to build all those technologies, no? And the past has been forgotten. What would be Germany without potato? Heteropatriarchy, also embedded in those technologies. No, we see many cases of body scams that are using are used in airports. Body scanners are gender binary, but humans are not. So a lot of trans people have been, and gender non-conforming people have been suffering awkward situations on airports due to the imposition of this kind of surveillance technologies. Technologies also from borders to other parts. Reinforce white supremacy, many people already know.
I enjoy using code to make my ideas a reality.
This project
Computer
from
vision
Joy
powers my
Bulamwini,
creations, making it possible for machines to detect faces. But at times, I'm invisible. You see, machines view the world through a coded gaze. They digest pixels from a camera in dictated ways. Using machine learning, we create training sets with examples that help the machines detect new faces. A lack of diversity in these training sets leads to limited systems that can struggle with faces like mine.
Joy Bulamwini is a researcher from the MIT and also head of Algorithm Justice League, and she has been doing an amazing job to expose how facial recognition technologies are racist and biased. But then we have things like that happening, also good. Anti-racism committee with not a single black person or people of color. And technologies, and almost finishing. So all these matrix of domination is imposed. The solutions are still very critical. And as I was saying in the beginning, from devices being as sources for data, we are from facial recognition to DNA, data collection, our bodies are also becoming data sources. And I'm gonna show you 1 minute of the web series that we have launched in Coding Rights, which shows how DNA data is being collected by people from in immigrant conditions in the US as well.
Just recently, the Trump administration announced that the Department of Homeland Security will start collecting DNA from people in an immigration context. So they're going to start with a couple border crossings in the United States at Detroit and a location in Texas. And they're going to start by collecting DNA from people who have a criminal record. But eventually, they plan to collect DNA from anybody who is detained in DHS's hands. So that could be people in ICE detention, that could be people in Customs and Border detention. And that DNA, once it's collected, will go into the FBI's broad CODIS database, which already contains about 20 million profiles.
So Jennifer Lynch from EFF was in this panel in which we did the video, and what I liked about that panel is exactly that. It shows, it starts with, in one hand, from law enforcement agents and people in immigrant conditions or in prisons, but in the other hand, more people are doing DNA tests, and those tests and those databases are being assessed by law enforcement agencies. If they have a warrant, they can access it. So it shows how this complex of surveillance around our bodies is increasing, and mostly if someone gets a DNA of someone close to you, like a cousin or your relative, they can track your DNA. So it also shows how privacy, it shows even more tangibly that privacy is a collective matter. And I think it's a trend on the DNA data collection, because even there are COVID tests that are using DNA. And so from borders to cities, we have seen the same industries, the same narratives, interacting and earning a lot in the logic of surveillance capitalism. I'm gonna jump to slides, just to wrap. We saw, like, this is a project that I did in 2014, questioning facial recognition technologies that might start be deployed in protest. That wasn't being deployed yet in Brazil, but now in 2019, we have already facial recognition deployed for public security in several cities, and 151 people were arrested. 90% of them were black people. So from 2014, it was nothing. I was just shouting with some crypto friends, watch out, watch out. Now 2019, I think something like that will happen with DNA, because as I said, there are these trends on borders that transpose to our urban spaces. In the Olympics in Japan, in 2017, they said that they were going to use facial recognition technologies to screen staff, athletes, and media people. And now they are saying that they are going to use this also to halt coronavirus spread during Tokyo Olympics. So identification technologies are spreading. The creativity, it's wild. And like in 2016, we did this project, Chupadados, the data sucker, and this image we made for one investigative piece about balloons being used in Chile for surveillance with camera with very high definition. And there was a debate in the courts that those cameras can see you inside your home. And then we depicted this case and this investigation with that image. And we thought it was very surreal, you know, you in your toilet. In Brazil, toilet is called privada, which means very private. But as imagination for identification technologies cannot go wider and wider, we even have this. Smart toilet recognize your butt and analyzes poo for diseases. Very good for COVID-19, something some people might think, no? For airports, who knows? So this is it. Thank you very much. If you want to know more, this is coding rights.
Thank you, Joanna. I actually will start with a question to you and perhaps also to Claudia. What happens to the data? Like, I mean, you spoke about a lot of forms of data collection, and of course there is also differences. But there is one. On one hand, the first part of the question is what happens to the data that's collected on these governmental levels, and who has access to them? And on the other hand, is like to think also, and I think that's also a bit in relation to Claudia's talk. There are, of course, all these regulations about the right for access to your own data, right? Like at least in some, like in Europe. But in this case, whether in Europe or elsewhere, who has the right, like in these kind of data collection, who has the right to actually have access to know what kind of data is collected about them? And in the case of like the experimentations that are happening in border zones, do people whose data is being collected in these border zones, do they have actually rights, even if theoretically, do they have the right to know what data is being collected about them, or do they have rights to access this data? So maybe.
So, for researchers focus on surveillance technologies, it's very hard to get data about what's being deployed or not, because even in countries where there is FOIA requests, freedom of information requests, the answers most of the time it's about it's a matter of national security, so the governments excuse themselves to answer questions about that. So researchers need to be very creative to understand what's going on, like going to security fairs and going through follow the money practice strategies in one hand. In the other hand, in Brazil now we have the data protection legislation allows you to request to the government who has data about you, but it's not they themselves are not that organized to provide you this data, and I think this is something that we need to test more often. I know that in Germany there was this case of the politician that asked data from telecom companies and saw how he could, how he put that data in the map and saw the whole trajectory. But it's transparency about that is something that we don't have. So that's the problem. In one hand, it's a lot of investment that the governments are putting in those surveillance technologies under a logic of Robocop, who knows, and we don't have a transparency about we have data on this is not efficient or this threatens human rights, and very little transparency. The people at the Privacy International Network very focused on trying to uncover more information about this, but it's always a challenge.
Thank you. Claudia, would you like to add something about this, about the right to access data being collected by migrants or by refugees?
Yeah. Does it work now? Hopefully. So I think there are several aspects to your question. And I think the migrants, I mean, also in relation to what Joanna has said, migrants and refugees are also a specific or a particular category. Because in Europe, so under the General Data Protection Regulation, you both, as a data subject, you both can have access to your data or require access. But there is an exception concerning national security issues, right? So often questions of borders, in particular border security, come under the exception of security. So therefore, the data protection rules don't apply. However, in relation to certain databases, so for instance, in Europe, there is the Eurodac database that collects fingerprints of people who ask for asylum, but also people who are found crossing borders irregularly, or some are somehow found in an irregular situation without documents in one of the signatory countries, right? So the EU countries and other countries who are part of this Eurodac database. And in this case, I mean, again, there's kind of a whole range of non-rights, if you want. So although this is not right for asylum seekers, this doesn't kind of fall under border security, right? And the data protection in principle should apply. For instance, we have a kind of a whole information sheet that asks European agencies to inform asylum seekers of their rights. But basically, the first thing that they have to inform them is that they cannot refuse not to give fingerprints, right? So it's immediately, like in relation to kind of questions of informed consent or just the kind of power relations between these authorities, it is not acceptable. And I think there's also something interesting in terms to another aspect that you mentioned in terms of what is happening to this data that is collected. So as we know, over the past years, data storage has become cheaper and cheaper. So we have, data that is, kept because there is this idea that data could somehow give you insights or kind of produce some form of knowledge at a future time, if not in the present. But there is another aspect when it comes to a lot of state authorities, which is basically that a lot of this data, so there are limits, the data in the Eurodac is supposed to be kept for 10 years, right? So quite a long period of time. But there are really serious issues exactly about, the fact that it's not updated, data is not corrected, data can become obsolete, for instance, right? And it's still in that database. So in the case of the UK, and I don't remember now exactly which research project that was, but in the Metropolitan Police, some of the databases had not been updated again for many years, partly because of the kind of lack of human labor, right, in terms of updating technology. So I think there are two very interesting aspects when we have the big tech companies kind of having a lot of capacities and producing a lot of this technology, storing data, and on the other hand, there's a lot of other actors who are using all sorts of different technologies without a lot of these capacities, right? So there's something really interesting that's been brought up also in relation to facial recognition technologies, that on the one hand, you have this technology that in a sense doesn't work, right? It's kind of racialized, has error, it has bias, and so on. And on the other hand, you have this imagination of a technology that almost works too well because it kind of continuously produces more and more data, right? So it's kind of all these technologies, it's really a kind of sort of double bind, right? In terms of how do you engage critically with them, right? And it's also about different actors and how this works. So it's a very heterogeneous landscape, like where the same technology is not kind of put into practice the same way by the same actors all the time. And I think situating them and trying to understand what kind of struggles, but also what kind of rights I faced, right? What kind of inequalities and injustices emerge in that particular situation, I think is really, really important. So, I think it's a really important point to think about the data, again, that's extracted from bodies, that's linked to the imaginaries that also Gaia was talking about, and this kind of broader representations, but also all these devices and how all this can become entangled, right, in quite different ways. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Claudia. I have a question for Gaia, actually. You talked about this idea of this normalization of these war or catastrophes happening always elsewhere, right? And so, which feeds into this understanding of this European place as being naturally safe and like suffering from this invasion of threats from the outside. And I was wondering if there is a way to, like, can you think of ways of how to bring back like this idea that the war or the catastrophes that are happening elsewhere are actually intrinsically linked to Europe. They are not outside of Europe, whether geographically or not. How to bring back this idea that these events are not elsewhere, but they are actually happening here, or they are caused by or in direct participation of this European we.
Thank you, Walid. Yes, I mean, this ontology of suffering, according to which the suffering happening within European borders or broader within the global north is different from the suffering occurring elsewhere, is something that, as I said, is pretty much colonial. I guess that at the moment, many intellectuals and activists trying to unpack what the Anthropocene means. So the fact that there is a connection between each and every part of the globe. So not just the globe in terms of the human action, but the planet in terms of a much more complex interaction between what is human and what is not human, has to be somehow explored in order to understand how this a binary ontology as well in order to favor and benefit just a very few interests in people. So on the one hand, I guess that we need to go back to political ecology critiques against ideas of extractivism that are polarized between the ones who can be the object of extraction and the one who cannot be the object of extraction, or they will be the object of extraction but with more rights to retrieve from there or to have the data they are going to get extracted from them. Same with catastrophe. The fact that there are some catastrophes that can be managed, that can be somehow limited in the scope they have because of a number of legal limits that are imposed to extraction, for instance. And I'm not just talking about data extraction for human beings, but extraction from resources, as Joanna was talking about. And then, of course, there are places that can be disposable, right? They are somehow available for any kind of unlimited extraction. So I really believe that a very complex understanding of what is going on in that sense and all the different borders that have been, even semiotically speaking, built in order to allow this kind of differential intervention on people and the planet needs to be taken into account. And then, of course, when we talk about catastrophe in the COVID era, I guess it's even more apparent. Then the fact that a language war or a militarized imaginary at the frontier is still enforced, is still even strengthened, when we know perfectly that the COVID is the result of a very complex human intervention on the planet. We understand that our deconstructive work is very hard, and in our action needs to be very complex and on many different fields.
Thank you, Gaia. Before we open the floor for questions from the audience, I want to ask a question to all of you and maybe like have a round of answers, and which is like kind of a general but very, I think it's a very important question to have in this kind of conversation, is that how does each one of you see like possibilities to counter or appropriate such, like whether it's technologies or discourses or practices that are being deployed for surveillance or for control or for even exclusion? How do you see, what kind of tactics or strategies do you think should be done or could be done in your opinion through the things that you work on? Maybe we start with Joanna.
Yeah, hard question. I think in one hand, exposing the damage, the harms, unveiling surveillance, so all the work of investigative journalists, researchers, media people, because we need to reframe the narratives as the work the guy is doing, you know, exposing how colonial this narrative is, this narrative of we from the global north. And so I think media could play all sorts of media, from music to film to comic books, everything, to reframe and shame in one hand, and in the other hand, it's the policy making side, no, for using all these evidences for advocacy. But I'm not European. I don't have that power in here that much. So, yeah. So play.
Thank you, Joanna. Claudia, would you like?
So I guess, I mean, this is something I try to gesture towards at the end of my talk, because I think there isn't one thing, but rather it's about, you know, kind of tracing these different struggles that take place. And I think to me, it's quite important to not take one stance that would be, for example, anti-technology, let's say. So I remember, you know, being in Greece when, like, one of my first encounters was with migrants who had, you know, occupied one of the, you know, buildings of UNHCR and were asking for access to debit cards, right? So again, one needs to be quite careful about kind of how one situates kind of critique in relation to ongoing struggles, right? So of course, on the one hand, you have all these kind of financial technologies, for instance, in that case, but also digital technologies that kind of collect data and so on. But there's also a particular type of struggle that takes place. In relation to some of these experiments, I think, again, that there's a kind of a whole range of interventions that are possible, from, you know, simple interventions of claiming protocols. I think protocols are important as kind of giving exactly this possibility of intervening, and, you know, kind of unpacking some of the assumptions, right, and some of the practices that could be at stake. But without anything, what was striking for me, and I'm just looking at Skype, that we all would think is it's a benign thing. We use it all the time, right? So why is it problematic? There wasn't even a question about why it was problematic there. And there was a lot of mobilization, a lot of critiques. I start in that paper by actually with a petition by one of the Syrian refugees that had over like 200,000 signatures, with criticism from like the Greek ombudsman, Greek NGOs, you know, the international NGOs, a lot of academics, and nothing happened. It was only extended, right, rather than being, you know, shut down or kind of having any sort of discussion around this. But notwithstanding, right, it's not about the success of a certain mobilization, but it's the mobilization and struggle itself. So it seems to me that that's what's important, kind of attending to some of, attending to these struggles, but also kind of trying to track these lines, kind of the contours of these claims for justice, right, that can take different forms, and trying to understand them. So this is one kind of particular form, but there are also bigger struggles around precarity, as we have seen, and around kind of material resources, around questions of labor that are also very important, around digital technologies. So there's a whole panoply, if you want. So I think, in a sense, there's, I would say, both kind of a proliferation, but also a dispersal of struggles, which doesn't mean that we can somehow homogenize them. But I think I would suggest that we should actually attend to this kind of dispersal, because it is important, and this is how intervention in relation to, you know, forms of extraction, be those resources or data, digital technologies, you know, injustices and violences at the border can take place.
Thank you. Gaia.
Yeah, the first thing that I would say is about this militarized language. I really believe that any time we get to use a language of war, any sort of a process of marginalization, a process of a division, a process of exclusion or in differential inclusion, get to their extreme. So in order to be able to reclaim rights, in order to be able to reclaim the right to retrieve from data collection, to reclaim right to use technology with limits that actually allow the subjects to be owners of their own data and so on and so forth, are possible only if we try to demilitarize that language, because the militarization of the language is the terrain used to basically exclude people on behalf or in the name of national security, of the the global North security, etc., etc. Basically is the way to close up the space for political subjectivity and for a individual and collective agency in order to basically reclaim protocols, in order to basically somehow reappropriate technology as a way or a tool for survival or for a better life.
Thank you, Gaia. I would like to take questions from the audience, if there is any.
Yes, actually we have two questions that I think are a bit connected, so I'll ask them at once. So there's the question if the panel can anticipate positive advantages from personal ID databases. And connected to that, is there any way that we can protect ourselves better, both individually and collectively, against such developments of increased surveillance?
Joanna, would you like to answer this?
Sure. As I said, I think we need to think about privacy as a collective matter, not an individual matter. And unfortunately, the human rights framework or the data protection frameworks see it mostly as in an individual perspective, but then it doesn't take into account the power relations between those individuals. So, for instance, at Coding Rights, my friend, my colleague Paz Peña and I have been working a lot on bringing feminist theories around consent to discuss consent on data protection and to show how this consent of just clicking agree fell short on all the qualifiers possible that are discussed in feminist theories. So I think we need to reshape this framework to be able to have a power analysis beyond the individual analysis that is the framing of human rights. So not a very easy task, but I would go one way. I think it's to see privacy as a collective, so people can come together to defend each other's privacy too.
Thank you. Claudia, would you like to also add something to this?
Yeah, maybe I'll say something to the first question, and I should also say how inspiring I found consent to our databases. So thank you, Joanna, for that, and I'm trying to use it in my own practice. But in terms to the first question, I think again it depends on who you are. Right, and again about the kind of subjectivity and positionality, because for somebody who wants to kind of travel seamlessly, like a business person, of course, ID databases are wonderful, and some of the promises are exactly these promises of speed and freedom for a lot of people, right? And I think and then we need to think, but you know, who is not promised then speed and this kind of freedom of movement, right? What happens to the people who do not have access? Now, these databases do not just promise speed and seamless travel, but for instance, in COVID times, there's this idea that you can have an app on your phone where all this data will be held, so you don't even need to touch anything, right? So you'll be safe because you don't touch anything. But all this data, including health data, would then be kind of held in your phone in an app, right? And we need to think what is not visible in that kind of app and so on. So on the one hand, we might find attractive this promise, but we need to look, I think, a bit behind this promise. I think about those who do not have, or or who will never have this kind of seamless travel. And then, of course, there's a question with all this data that is being gathered: what happens to you when there is an error? Right? More and more data will create more and more errors. What will happen to that? And what happens when an error can make a difference between kind of social existence and non-social existence for certain people? So I'm not sure how much time we'll have, but I'll leave it here. And if we have time, I can say something to the second question.
Thank you. Gaia, do you have anything to add to this question?
Yeah, basically, I really agree with Claudia in the sense that even outside the domain of technology, well, the possibility, viability of consent, of expressing your own consent really depends on your positionality. We know that. So basically, how you can tell people going across the Mediterranean or the Sudan's deserts, the fact that they can say no to data extraction, I mean, is not that easy. But at the same time, the issue of consent, I really believe, as Joanna said, it needs to be one of our point of reference, one of our points, one of the main point of our political agenda. Because, as she said, the issue of consent, elaborated by feminist thinking and feminist action, is basically the tool that we have also to say no to a number of dynamics that, I mean, see in border regime just one of its faces.
Thank you. We have time for another question from the audience, if anyone has.
Hi, thank you. This is, I had no idea the extent to which borders were being used as kind of labs to test surveillance tech, so it was just really insightful. Thank you to everybody. This is a bit more of a vaguer question, so feel free to discount, but kind of just looking for like the positive inspiration to take away. In your opinions and based on your research and experience and obviously, deep interest in this area, what should we be pushing a healthy border to look like in terms of border tech specifically, but obviously feel free to go broader. Thank you.
Would anyone want to answer this question? Gaia, would you like to add something to this?
Well, I mean, I don't know about how to think about, and I was just thinking about another thing. I was just thinking about what we were commenting just beforehand about what kind of strategy we can deploy if we envision any strategy about the relation between freedom of movement and technology. And I was thinking about the fact that really depends on individuals and collective situations. Since that, I wouldn't say to anybody, especially because from my position, I'm a privileged person. I've never found myself in that situation of border crossing at that level of vulnerability, how to use technologies. But for sure, as Joanna said, and I've myself experienced through a number of projects. I mean, the sharing of a number of uncheckable technology, that would be very interesting. Sorry for the off topic.
Thank you. Claudia, do you also have something to add to this?
Yes, I wanted to. So I want to say something about borders and maybe also about collective rights. But maybe kind of the first thing to start with is that you know, in a sense, there cannot be any healthy border check. And I'm speaking as somebody who has been faced with, for many years, a bit like Joanna, with, I see 2 minutes, with crossing borders, you know, kind of being subjected to all sorts of forms of checks, surveillance, discretionary decisions, and so on. So the border is this site of discrimination, right? And what is interesting for us with technologies to think about how these technologies are actually intensifying forms of discrimination. So I think for us, and they're already in place, I mean, I think that's also quite important to acknowledge in ways in which whole institutions, right, if we think of the EU, have been reconfigured to work with these digital technologies. So therefore, it seems to me that what's key is to actually mobilize in a whole range of struggles against these forms of discrimination and injustice, right? But without kind of assuming, I don't think we can ever have a healthy border, right? So that's, but it's how can we reduce discrimination? How can we kind of, you know, become part of interventions that challenge the injustices and violences that take place at the border, injustices and violence that can be, again, intensified through some of the technologies that are being deployed now. And I think collective rights, to kind of give, you know, are one of these forms. We focused a lot on kind of, you know, private rights, and there's a kind of whole discussion to be had there from, you know, kind of open source technologies and kind of technologies with increased encryption and so on that we could use. But I think the question of, you know, public rights, public things, public infrastructures are really important, and we need to bring them back on the table.
Thank you. I think we ran out of time, unfortunately. This was a really amazing discussion, and thank you all for these really powerful contributions. Unfortunately, we cannot continue the conversation any further, and I would leave the floor to Tatiana.
So thank you very much, Joanna, Walid, also Gaia and Claudia. Was really a great ending of the second day. And so, as usual, now we are doing a closing together with my colleague, Lieke. So I call her on stage, and I thank you all for this panel. Thank you very much. And then we go on to the next session. But so first, hello, bye. Thanks for being with us. Good. You can also leave the stage, otherwise, you know, it's too much to staying here listening to us, but hopefully the people that are following online are staying. Sorry, I will give you my back now. So, Lieke, there is still another day tomorrow.
Yes.
So you want to tell what is going to happen?
Yes, actually, Borders of Fear is not completely over yet, because we still have some program coming up from our community program at the Disruption Network Lab. So tomorrow we actually start the morning with the workshop with one of the speakers, Dimitra Andritsou of Forensic Architecture. So she spoke on the panel on Friday, and tomorrow we'll do a workshop with her on critical tools for counter-investigations, which will take us step by step through their various investigative methodologies. And then on Sunday afternoon, again at 4 o'clock, we will be live streaming the final panel of this conference, which is a panel coming from the community program called Creating Safe Passages. And we've invited 3 organizations, the Migrant Offshore Aid Station, MOAS, Sea-Watch, and the Migrant Media Network. And in this panel, they will discuss their work on ensuring safer migration routes. So this panel will again be live streamed, the same as the past 2 days, from 4 o'clock Central European time. And you'll be also able to join the chat and ask any questions there to the speakers. And then the Migrant Media Network that will be with us in the panel is also still giving a final workshop on Tuesday, the 1st of December, on migration, technology, and data protection. When I checked this morning, there was still a few spots left, so there's still time to register. And in this workshop, we will aim to understand from the perspective of a migrant if it's possible to implement innovative technology in migration management also in a responsible way and with respect to human dignity. So kind of following up on the panel we just had and also following up on an earlier meetup we did with the Migrant Media Network. And then, if you thought Borders of Fear was not over yet, there's a final event. And this is a special edition of our online conversation series called Disruptive Fridays. And this will happen on the 4th of December, so next Friday. And the topic is closing off the Borders of Fear research topic for us. And it will be on colonial borders and counter archives. And this edition was curated by Nada Bakker, who runs the community program together with me. And we will have speakers with us from the Foundland Collective, Lauren Alexander and Gaia El-Zrakbi. And they will be talking about their work on creating counter archives, as they call it. And we will also have Daniela Ortiz, who will be speaking about borders from a colonial perspective. So that will be concluding our Borders of Fear topic.
Yeah, but of course the year is not concluded yet. We have another million things to do. So actually there is another conference that we are organizing in December. And this conference is called Hate News versus Free Speech, Polarization and Pluralism in Georgian Media. And is the result of a year program that we are doing together with an organization in Georgia that is called Regional Democratic Hub Caucasus. And the person that we have been working with since many months is Maya Talakadze. So this specific conference is an exchange project between Germany and Georgia, and we are going to discuss the discourse of hate news. We are going to have 3 panels, the 12th of December. The first will be about an overview of the situation on polarization and media ethics in Georgia. The second will be about misinformation on social media. And the third about human rights violations and hate speech. So this kind of conference is, as I say, a year program partnership with Georgia, but is also a follow-up from our conference we did in 2018 that was called Hate News, but of course in a very different context because it's also about Georgia. And we will have a workshop the 13th of December.
Yeah, so in this project there's also been training events happening in Georgia. And we will conclude this session of trainings with the final training event in Berlin. And we want to focus in this workshop on conspiracy theories. So something that's also been on the rise now due to COVID-19. So the workshop is called Anatomy of a Conspiracy Theory. And it will happen on Sunday, the 13th of December at State Studio. And together with Alistair Alexander, we will research and dissect several conspiracy theories from different places around the world and understand why they work and what makes them spread so fast. And of course, we'll also work on strategies for diminishing their power and for encouraging fact-based narratives to challenge these conspiracy theories. And the full program and also the registration will open this Monday, so keep an eye out on our website for all that's still coming.
Yes, and at the same time, we have to say that this specific conference of these 3 days is also the last one of our year series Tactics of Empowerment that is going on also next year, actually until 2023. Yes. And so I just want to say for the people that are following online that next year we will start again our program in March. And we are organizing a conference about whistleblowing on the healthcare, so very current topic. Yeah. But now I will stop speaking about the million events we are doing. You think, oh, it's Christmas. No, we have other 10 conferences. But we want to finish this day also by thanking the people that were working with us today at the Studio 1 of Kunstquartier Bethanien. And first of all, we have to thank our team. And I really want to give a huge thanks to Elena Velianovska because she has been really the master of the production of these days, really trying all the possible format and all the possible way you can imagine, and they have been working all really great, so thank you, Elena. It's really wonderful work. And also you, yes, and Nada Baker, that is always really great in dealing with all the participants and our speakers, so thank you, Nada. As usual, you do always a great work with that. And Jonas Franchi with the graphic that has been accompanying us for the whole year and forward. And also Alana Travers that joined with the social media and the communication, and she also did a really great job. And Claudia Trapp for the press. And you want to read the rest, so we share the thanks?
Yes, so also really special big thanks to Rana Vadikari and Boiling Head Media for taking care of the streaming, because we really worked a lot together in this intense year of streaming, but it's been really smooth. And a big thanks also to our video crew who's been with us, Gonzalo, Gabriel and Angel. Then for the photography, we want to thank Jan Petersman, who was here with us these days. And tomorrow we're looking forward to have Felicia Scheuer-Ecker also with us to do the photos for the community workshops. Then for the sound team, we want to thank Elisabeth Enko, who was with us yesterday, and Paolo Combes, who is here with us today. Francesco Mancori for the light and all the other tech support. And Torsten, who was with us to set up for the video and also technology support. And finally, we also really want to thank Lauren De Carli, who is a great supporter of the lab and always here also to report on what's been going on at the conferences. So you can read later on further fields his article on this event.
And he also was part of the pre-event this time.
Yes, exactly. Also, he did a meetup with Emergency. So also, yeah, thanks a lot for that.
And thank you, Lieke.
Thank you, Tatiana.
And then see you tomorrow.
See you soon.